When I look out my window, many sights to see. When I look in my window, so many different people to be, and that it's strange, so strange. You've got to pick up every stitch. You've got to pick up every stitch. You've got to pick up every stitch. Oh, must be the season of the witch. Must be the season of the witch. Must be the season of the witch. When I look over my shoulder, what do you think I see? Some other cat looking over his shoulder at me, and he's strange, so strange. You've got to pick up every stitch. You've got to pick up every stitch. Beatniks are out to make it rich. Ooh, must be the season of the witch. Must be the season of the witch. Must be the season of the witch. You've got to pick up every stitch. The rabbit's running in the ditch. Beatniks are out to make it rich.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Cali Lady here. My God, it's been a super, super hot minute since I have gone live at all. So, what's this? Spoiler, Cricket Snapper is 1 through 10. Oh my God, hi Joey. Let's see, a little update. Let me get this ominous music I found online. So yes, it's been a hot minute. I ended up getting the COVID teentra, the COVID bitch, and yeah, it totally sucked. And this horror movie marathon began because of the hype that I was feeling for the new Scream movie. Huge fan of the franchise. And I started with all 4 of the Screams. And I just kept wanting to do more and more. So I've always wanted to do this. I've always wanted to make a tier list, and what better way than having all the time in the world and having fucking COVID and watching a bunch of my favorite genre films. So that's what we're that's what we're gonna do today. This is kind of different from my normal regime. Sorry, sip of water. But I am going to get started. Oh, this music is... I guess before I get started, I'll talk a little bit about my history of the genre and why I currently love it so much. I used to hate it. My mom put the fear in me. I don't want you watching those horror movies. They're gonna give you nightmares. And then I was just too scared to watch any. And I think my first memory of ever watching a horror movie was with my brother, my older brother, and my dad. They made me watch The Thing. It scared the fucking shit out of me. Like, I was terrified, and I never wanted to watch any horror film ever again. And then once I got into high school, I had like my boyfriends would drag me to fucking horror films out in theaters, and I would be scared fucking shitless every time. I hated it, but I went anyway because I wanted to be the good girlfriend and all that bullshit. Oh my god, it's my incredibly hot BFF, the Large Father Tron. Hi, dude. The Thing is still a masterpiece. Absolutely. Now I appreciate it. I love it. Rage-filled version. Hi, honey. I love your fucking fingers. Oh boy. Some of these movies that I watch, I couldn't help but think of Lauren in some of these situations and how he would fucking handle it. Be pretty bad. But when I was in my like early 20s, I watched this show. I think it was on Bravo. It was like 100 most scary movie moments. And I watched it, and I completely fell in love with the genre after that. And some of these films that I saw on there are going to be on my list. So let me change it up a bit so you guys can see my list. There we go. So I have about 36 films on this list. And I wanted to even it out because I think these 3 lines look really, really pretty. So I added a couple of like new ones that I saw this past year, and just a couple, but most of these I watched all of them, and most of them were like rewatches. Just a few new ones. But I'm gonna get started with what started this whole binge. Scream. The original Scream, guys. I like this film. It's an homage to the horror fan. Wes Craven. Jirok. I accept your list. You accept my list. Yes, I think most of these are definitely some good ones, but some not so good ones. Scream, I think it totally revamped the horror genre in the 90s. It really... You can't say Scream, the Scream franchise, without meta. Like, holy fucking shit. Is that meta as shit? Somebody shave Billy. Oh god. Don't start. I don't even know what that is. But this is the original, and I might change my mind. I'm a Gemini. I do it all the time. Do I think that it is perfect? No. There are some moments, I feel like that's kind of the thing with the Scream franchise. Like, it was never like it's that who's done it type of horror, and they kind of it wasn't like super hard to figure out who it was, especially with the first one when they tried to give you that little tease about it being Billy. But it was Billy all along. And fucking Stu. Please tell me if I'm wrong, but those dudes were a match made in heaven, Billy and Stu. They had this guy love that nobody can compare to. So on my list, I am... For now, I'm going to give it an A. S is like top tier perfect. And with the sequel, Scream 2, I think this was a pretty successful sequel. Not gonna lie, again, well, I have not said this yet, but these are obviously my opinions. If you don't agree with these opinions, and that's totally fine. We all have different tastes, darlings, and I'd love to hear more of your opinions, because change my mind. I'd love to be flipped and actually like something that I hated. But Scream 2, I really still do enjoy it. I think it's a lot of fun. I mean, just the culture of the 90s and like the fashion, the hair, it's just pure nostalgia. And they try to up the ante. Most of these movies, side note, I am going to do my best to not completely spoil them. The one that I'm going to concentrate the most on to not spoil will be the newest Scream, obviously, because it's brand spanking new. But some of these, it's like, come on, guys, you've seen this shit before. But Scream 2, I think that, was it Mickey? He probably was my favorite of the killers. I'm going to be honest. He was so eccentric. He knew all of the movie references. I am pissed. I will say I am bitter that they killed off fucking Randy, because Randy was amazing, perfect. He was our horror guru. He knew all the rules. Definitely knew how to tell us how it is. But Mickey was so charismatic, and the awesome thing was that he wanted to get caught. He wanted to get famous for being the fucking Ghostface killer. Oh god, I can't think of this line, because he fakes us out. Kelp is raising. Oh, thank you. Oh, I had no idea Kelp Pills going live. Her new chat log, if that's a new Jorn chat log. Oh my god, I'm so excited for that. Enjoy. What was I saying? Oh, Mickey, he put the doubt in Sydney's ear about Derek. Like, he's the one that planted that seed. And that was so genius, because that was something that was so, I hate to say it, but it was kind of normal for Sydney to automatically like think that it's the boyfriend, because like Derek, he was like almost too perfect as a boyfriend, to a point where it felt really fake. Like Billy, honestly, yes, he's a psychopath and he did all the killings, but like I also have to like rank him as a boyfriend. Like, he was pretty shitty trying to push Sydney to lose her virginity to him and give like the guilt trip, calling her, oh, you're such a fucking tease. I just could not with Billy. I'm glad he's fucking dead. But with Scream 2, for the now, I'm going to put it in B. Because I do like it a lot. Now, Scream 3. What the fuck was going on there? With fucking Scream. Was Derek Jerry O'Connell. Yes. He gave Sydney his little letters to his fraternity. And he sang that song, I think I love you. What am I so afraid of? That was Derek. Ex-Derek? Oh my god, Charlotte Ebony. You prefer Scream 2 over the original. That is interesting. I love that. Mickey is definitely, he's my favorite Ghostface killer. He is my favorite. So happy you're here, Scarlett, because I know you are down with the horror. But Scream 3, the original writer didn't write the script. He had he had a contract to a different project at the time and couldn't do it. To be a cod. He was, that's right. Not only was he ex-Derek, but he was also studying to be a goddamn doctor. Isn't that fucking Lauren Armstrong's nightmare? Nightmare. God. His fucking knee. Did he touch your fucking knee? I haven't even really listened to Lauren stuff. I need to take another breaky break. But Scream 3, I see it more as a comedy than a horror film. Except for Mickey's cool. Yeah. The villain in Die Hard 4. I have not seen Die Hard 4, but honestly, anything with Timothy Olyphant, I fucking love. He was my original, like, bad boy crush in the movie Go, where he played a drug dealer. Oh my god, he was so sexy. So sexy. He had that, like, spiky 90s hair with, like, that, like, LA, what was it called? Like LA Works, or that like really sticky gel that was so popular, and it like made everything like stand on its own. And it also got really flaky and crusty. It looked like jizz, like dried up jizz. But with Scream 3, it was like doing like a parody of itself, but also the meta stuff kind of gets like a little, his hair is absolutely dreamy. Yes, exactly, Scarlet Ebony. Scary Movie. It really did hit on all of the, excuse me if I still sound nasally. I'm kind of not 100% out of the sickness realm, so if you hear like a random silence, I don't want to cough, I don't want to huff and puff and do a Lauren Hacken cough for you guys. But with Scream 3, yeah, maybe because of, and also with Scream 2, the script was leaked on the internet. So people already knew who the fucking killer was. The killers, which was great because not only was it Mickey, who was awesome, but Billy Loomis's ma. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Kind of got that, yep, still got that chest cold hanging on a little bit. It sucks. I do not like it. The one thing I will say about Scream 3 that, like, at the time, like, when it came out, it did scare Debbie Salt. Yes. Yes. And oh, another thing I didn't mention about Scream is that it's nothing but horror movie references, and it's really great and spot on. Like I've actually seen videos of people actually like making sure to like show which reference they were doing for the movie and for the scenes. At least like each movie had like 30 to 40 references of horror movies. The cough and sniff in our ears, that's that's our closeness. I want to hear everything, even when you're coughing and hacking and dying. And dying. Do you hear that fucking accent? But the one thing that scared me, but rewatching it now, as an adult, the mother thing. When Sydney's mother was speaking to her beyond the grave, and they had the actress who, I hate to say like plays the mom, yes, but mostly poses as the mom. She like she's like wearing this like nightgown and walking to Sydney. She's like in the middle of butt fucking nowhere in the fucking California mountains, and it's just like, Sydney, everything you touch dies. And yeah, I can see it being like kind of creepy, but it now to me it's over the top fucking cheesy. And even when like they did a Halloween thing when we're gonna assume that it was Ghostface wearing the whatever burlap sack they had that was covered in blood, and it was Sydney's mom walking around. That was kind of terrifying because it was like the Halloween movie without like the glasses, like him just like Michael Myers just walking in with that fucking sheet. See anything you like? It was scary to me at like when it came out, but now it's kind of but Parker Posey, she does kind of save the film because if they're gonna go for the comedy, and also the whole thing with like Sydney's brother, like half brother, I would have liked it so much better if what was his name? I can't think of the director's name who's Ghostface, but he had like zero interaction. The Carrie Fisher cameo, iconic. Iconic. Hey, yep, I get that all the time. You know, I auditioned for Princess Leia. I'm the one who fucked George Lucas got it. Roman, thank you. Thank you, Scarlett. You're the best. He had like no interaction with Sydney. And I'm not sure why they did that, because Sydney had no idea about this half brother. So it wasn't like if they interacted, she would have like recognized him. Like, I don't get why we don't get a face-to-face scene with Roman and Sydney until the reveal. And he was also like the mastermind of Billy and Stu to kill Sydney's mom. I just wish there was more interaction with the two. Roman had to introduce himself when he took his mask off because she had no... Exactly. She's like, face to face. She had no fucking idea who this person was. It would have been nice to see a little interaction, but I get that they really tried hard to get us to think it was everybody else. Like, they were kind of pushing hard for the detective. The detective. Let's see. They kind of were faking us out that some of the main characters, like Dewdrop, was the killer. Because there was that new technology where the Ghostface could mimic other people's voices. Ain't that cunning? So, Scream 3. I'm trying, like, I'm between C and D, C and D, C and D, because, but it's still like, yeah, I'm gonna put it at the C. Gonna put it at the C. I know it's not a goddamn voice changer. My God, Lauren would have fallen for fucking everything. I don't think he would go for the Ghostface voice because who are you with? Who are you talking to? Okay, this one is very divided from what... Why can't I pull up the picture? Whatever. Okay, Scream 4. It's not letting me pull up the picture. I feel like there was a great divide of this one. And I think the more times I watched it, the more I started to like it. I did when I saw it in theaters. I did like the Sydney's cousin being the Ghostface killer. I find it very hard to believe that that tiny human being, Ms. Roberts, I'm not going to do any spoilers about 5. I promise. I'm not going to say anything about the 5th one to give away anything because it's far too new and it's still in theaters. But I definitely recommend, if you are a fan of this franchise, you definitely should go and see it. But I believe it was Jennifer Roberts. It's funny, her last name was Roberts. Just, wait, is the character Jennifer? Ugh, God, I can't even remember names anymore. But the fact that it's Sydney's cousin and it was a new generation. It was, what, 2011? And things have changed. Like, technology changed at that time. And they even brought it up in the movie that reboots were the thing in Hollywood. And that was very much true. And they still are fucking Jill Roberts. I think you're right. Jill Roberts. I just get confused because the actual actress's name, because she's related to Julia Roberts. I mean, come on, Jill Roberts. Come on, people. Let's get a little creative with these names here. But I liked that they put in the new technology and how the horror genre, it continues to change. And you gotta change with the times, obviously. Even while watching it now, the one dude that was president of the cinema club, he had this little headset with a camera and he live streams his entire high school experience. Yes, Scarlett, that is the best line at the end. Here's the thing about reboots. Don't fuck with the original. Dewey's Deputy Judy? She was in the Scary movies? Like the first ones? I don't remember her from like the first 2. Could she be in the later ones? I just remember her from Sugar and Spice, the cheerleading bank robbery movie. But what was I saying? Well, Jill, her main thing was she wanted to be the survivor. She wanted to be the star. God. And it made me like really laugh because I'm sorry, but it made me think of how I felt at the time about people that were younger than me. Like, what am I supposed to do? Work? Shut up! Shut up, Drock! You're not cheating on your wife if you have one of my lemon squares. Those fucking lemon squares. They were angled. A little bit different. That wasn't a square. That was a point. Your lemon squares taste like ass. Yeah. If you have my lemon square. Could she be even obvious? It was funny. It was cheesy, funny, flirty. But with Jill, she was just this spoiled brat who didn't want to work. She didn't want to do anything. Like, you just have to become famous. Fuck Bruce Willis dies. Those cops. I love those actors, but they were... How were they not fired, like, immediately when they dropped the ball on poor Olivia? Kirby is the best. I believe she was a fan favorite because I somewhat identified with her, someone who loves horror movies and a lot of... I mean, I get, like, nowadays it's a little different, but you know, if you were a certain type of chick and you wouldn't think that they'd be into, like, stuff like that, and she's the fucking master. She had a great collection too. Kirby was the new Randy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, she was great. I didn't like Charlie. Because he thought himself as a fucking Randy. He did. And Randy finally gets the girl. Men are so stupid. He just had pussy on the mind. I bet he was so... Could you imagine? Like, he is so sexually frustrated. And he had this crush on Kirby for so long. And Jill finally kind of gave him a little promise of the something something. And then Kirby starts to... Now's the time to make a move. And he ends up like those two. I have the hardest time believing that they could fuck some shit up with grown adults. Like, students, yeah, probably, maybe, I don't know. They were fucking doing some beach body shit. There's no way that either of them could have pulled off the stunts. Can't you make a move? I just did. I wasn't a fan of the back-to-back fake-outs of the first kill. I was like, all right. But where to put Scream 4? Where are you, Scream 4? Oh no, did I not put you on my list? Let's see. Scream 2, Scream. It would be cute if it were a slasher movie. Yeah, totally. Well, I don't see Scream 4 on my list. Do I have it in my little folder with all the horror movies I picked? Oh, I see. The image that I couldn't pull up. Well, I'm gonna have to get one. Scream 4 movie poster. Let's just find one and get it on the list. I hope it'll let me edit. Let's see if that'll work. I hope it'll let me edit while I'm in the middle of it. This is bullshit. Here I thought I was totally prepared. Okay, where are ya? Wow, is it not? Did it not save on my folder? Oh, there it is. Found you, bitch. Found ya. That's a cool post. Oh, you had one? You had a poster on that? Nice. Let's see. Where's... There it is. Scream 4. I liked it better than 3, so I'm gonna put it at B. And now for the new one, Scream 5 or Scream 2022. I'm not gonna give away spoilers or anything. I am just going to say I definitely need to watch it a second time. Movies always need a second watch. And hopefully not like super far apart, but the pacing kind of frustrated me a little bit. I think it was a little rushed, in my opinion. I love having the 3 characters back. They are like completely full-fledged, like they're fucking adults. They've got their lives. Okay. Let's move this. There we go. Oh, well that fucking ad's gonna show up anyway? Oh, fuck you. Get out of my shit. Oh, well, that's not gonna work. I am so sorry. I'm so rusty. So, as I was saying about Scream 5, the pacing, I did enjoy getting introduced to different characters. Most people wouldn't like that because we know these iconic characters. Why are you rushing the... Exactly. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry, had to do a little coffee cough there. I definitely need to see it again. I have to. 'Cause for one, I had to go to the restroom and pee. That was my fault for getting a gigantic beer while watching a movie I was very much anticipating to see. I'm still trying to fix this. But I do enjoy a lot of the actors, the new ones that were in it. I do think it was a really great homage to Wes Craven. I think the people that took over, I don't say take over, but was passed down to, really it was like a labor of love. So with, I'm gonna put it in B. I might adjust this. I might, because once I got through all the screams, I started to dive into more of the kind of same genre, like 90s, early 2000s, like same actor in a shit ton of these movies, teen slasher movies. And let's see, where should I start? I'm gonna bring this one up. Okay. Disturbing behavior. I feel like not too many people know about this film. When I was watching it, I know Jirok, he was like, what is this? I've never heard of this before. And I remember loving it because I loved Katie Holmes in it. I loved Dawson's Creek. But I thought it was so badass to kind of see her as a character that's the opposite of her Dawson's character. She had this like wild hair that had like braids everywhere, and I tried to like recreate that look. That's Scarlett. Being a horror fan is like dumpster diving. You have to wade through a lot of garbage before you find something cool. Exactly. And I really, there are like those horror movies where it's like it's so bad it's good. It's not included in this tier list, but The Gingerbread Man, like, hello, Gary Busey, a killer gingerbread man. So bad, but I appreciate it. I do. But I loved this movie. I thought it was great. Troubled teen, moves to a new town. There's the typical teenage high school tropes. Who are the geeks? Excuse me. Oh my god, I thought my voice would be better. But this is probably the most I've talked in like 2 weeks. But this town has these very goody two-shoes jockey characters who were straight up looking like they were from the 50s, like Pleasantville. Gee golly gosh, sir. May I take you on a date and pin you? But there was something evil about these teens. And I wouldn't say it's like... I like it for the nostalgia of it. But it's not like a fave. Like I'll go back to it like every couple of years. High school tropes, like 25-year-olds playing teenagers. What up, fellow kids? I was talking about this with someone at work the other day about how they fucking Hollywood is so disgusting. They're so disgusting. Casting, like I get it. If you cast people that are over the age of 18, they can film as long as you want them to. Minors, it takes a lot of work. They have, if they're, it's part of a union. Kids got to take breaks. They got to go to school. And they can't do certain things because they are underage. But like people in their 20s to play high school kids? Like, really? I just put them in fucking college, at least. But yeah, no high school students looked like most of these fucking movies. None of them. So for disturbing behavior, I'm gonna put it at C. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. Okay. Keeping up with the same genre, then we'll move around a little bit after that. Oh, this is another obscure one that a lot of people don't know about. The In Crowd. Now, this is not a slasher, like, horror film, but it's a serial killer-ish, like who done it, high society, college students who get everything that they want. Here comes this chick right here, and she's from the opposite side of the tracks. Excuse me again. Apologies. Now, the thing that gets me about this film is, so this chick, she was in a in-treatment psychiatric program. We don't know for why, but she's getting out, and her psychiatrist helps her get a job at this beach resort to the entire catalog of Abercrombie and Fitch. Pretty much. And she gets enticed by this queen bee who is, I can't remember the actress's name, but she is very, very fucking gorgeous. Like, it's almost disgusting how beautiful she is. So she was perfectly cast in this. I think she was the main reason why, like, I would watch the film. But so this chick joins the wait staff of this country club, and the rich girl sees something in this other chick because she looks exactly like her deceased sister. I wonder who the fuck did that. And she befriends her, shows her the finer things in life and how you can get away with things because you're pretty. But it's all a bunch of things start to ensue, and oh my god. Of course, like, now is the time that my throat is tickling me like a fucking asshole. So with this film, I haven't thought about it in years. And then I was like, oh my god, what the fuck happened with this movie? And it's still kind of entertaining. But it's not like... I recommend maybe, like, trying it out. But I'm gonna put it down here in D for Dan. D for Dan. Up next. Alright, I have a good amount. Not a great amount, but where's the first one? There we go. I Know What You Did Last Summer. Another classic in the horror genre. I have to say, like, watching it again as a woman in her early to early 30s, it's not what I remember it. It's so different to me now. Like, I love Jennifer Love Hewitt. My favorite, I recently watched this too, my favorite film that Jennifer Love Hewitt has ever done was Heartbreakers. She was fucking sexy. Yeah. I Know What You Did Last Summer. Not a whole lot. That's kind of how the title should have ended. I Know What You Did Last Summer. Not a whole lot. But I loved Jennifer Love Hewitt in Heartbreakers. She is funny, she is sassy, she is sexy. What are you waiting for, huh? I was going fishing. Check my trunk. God, I might be able to do that voice because my fucking voice is so nasally. Meh. Meh. But watching this is like I know I've watched it a lot, but it's been like a couple years. Jennifer Love Hewitt's character, she's fucking boring. I don't care about her. Sarah Michelle Gellar, her character, I'm interested in. She's like, pretty girl. She was the pageant girl, and she had everything. She's at the top of the heap, and then you come back and she's working with her awful sister at a boutique. She didn't go to Hollywood. Like her story, I was so much more invested in than fucking Jennifer Love Hewitt's character. She was boring, and so was our guy here. Yes, Buffy could take on vampires pretty good, but she didn't do so well against 90s slasher. She did not! She lasted longer in this one, at least. I mean, Scream 2 as Cece. Why did she go upstairs? Why? Why do they always go upstairs? Why do they do that? I don't fucking understand. Sarah Michelle Gellar was the queen. Oh yeah, she is queen. But unfortunately, her husband, Freddie Prinze Jr., who I adore, I do adore, but this also, like, these are the two most boring fucking love interests, like, fucking ever. Like, there's nothing going on with these two except they're beautiful and white and brunettes. Oh my god, she's a brunette. But I am not talking shit on Freddie Prinze Jr. I am not. I am just saying that this wasn't one of my favorite roles of his. I mean, he did. Come on. I mean, you can't disagree with me that he played a lot of the same roles in his films. He's so I'm the guy. For some reason. They couldn't climb a ladder that they didn't fucking earn. Sorry. Oh, fucking hey, Scarlett, I love you. Yeah, you gotta climb the stairs because she fucking revoked her own ladder privileges. So, with I Know What You Did Last Summer 1, God, these images are so fucking tiny. I can't even find... Oh, there we go. The first one. I'm gonna go with C. And now on to the sequel, I Still Know What You Did Last Summer. It's like most sequels, I think they're on the verge of being campy and kitschy. Fucking Jack Black's character was the most horrible character I've ever seen in my life. Like, beyond inappropriate, and I didn't have any, if at all, like, any sympathy for that character. I did enjoy Brandy in this, and Mekhi Phifer. They were a fun little add-on to the new group. Because, like, and again, like, fucking Jennifer Love Hewitt's character. I get it. She went through a fucking tragic thing and she's got PTSD. But I don't know. It's that fucking syndrome of like, I'm the ingenue. This is my fucking movie. Everyone has to cater to me. Everything's all about me. Fuck your problems. I was attacked and almost died and I killed a person and I've attempted to kill people. I don't know. It's too much. It's too much. D. D for Dan, and not in a good way. Alright, we're gonna lighten things up a little bit to one that I very much enjoy, still to this day. The Faculty. Please tell me if you agree or disagree. I will fight you that The Faculty is top tier. Oh, you fucking asshole. These fucking bots. Thank you, Scarlett. Thank you. The Faculty, it's definitely one of my favorites. Amazing cast. I love the Invasion of the Body Snatchers type of predicament. Josh Hartnett is in his fucking prime. It has the T-1000. Hello, he's the fucking coach. Like, I thought he was gonna be the alpha in those big boy Dom gym shorts. Really great cast. Both the teens and the fucking teachers and adults. And God, what else can I say? It's funny that they, BB Newirth, yes, that's right, she was in it too. They had Usher in it, barely, but, you know, he was nice to look at, and he was a superstar, so why not? And again, like, it was such a thing, and I'm glad it's kind of going away now with the whole high school tropes, and it's kind of like, if you know, the whole Jorn thing, how he loved to, oh, Josh Hartnett in H2O, yes, also very good. A good performance too. Like he is a really good actor. He's just blessed. He's booked and blessed. But always having to, it's like what I'm doing right now, making a tier list and making a list of what I like and what's cool and what's not. But that was the thing. It was like the cliques, all about the cliques in high school. The popular girl can't be seen with the photography, news, science guy. I know, I'm missing the 90s a whole lot. Like, this was such a prime time. And I really love the twist of the new girl from the South, from Arkansas, how she was the queen bee, and that fucking alien at the end, like the construction of when it became so huge, that was really good. It was very believable. I am totally down for that. Of course, the computer graphics, they are of the times, but that's what makes it so magical. Sometimes with those 90s like movies, like the nostalgia of where CGI started, it's a lot of fun. So Faculty, oof. You know what? I'm gonna do it. It's my first S. Can you see it? Come on, you motherfucker. There we go. I have this like perfectly aligned. I don't know why it's acting like a fool, but that's better. Let's see, where should I go next? Am I done with that specific genre? Well, not really. You know what? I'm gonna change it up a little bit. Let's cleanse the palate a little bit. A Perfect Getaway. I love this film. Another Timothy Olyphant movie. Of course, it's gonna be close to perfect. But this film, I love the whodunit. I love that like mystery of who's the monster and who's the man. And I remember buying this movie and downloading it. When my husband and I got married, we went to Hawaii for our honeymoon. And I watched this film on the way to Hawaii. Mila is very pretty. All the women, everyone in this movie is very pretty. We get an early... Oh, you know what? Deputy Judy is in this. She's linked up with the actor that plays Thor. You're supposed to think that it's them. If you haven't seen this, I fully recommend it. It is very well done. It's stunningly beautiful. Everyone does a very awesome job. Where are you? There you are. I'm gonna put this up in the S column because I really do. I j'adore that movie. Okay. Let's go back. Well, we haven't gone to this area yet. Some classics. John Carpenter's original Halloween. Now, growing up, I remember watching this for the first time with my older brother at our house my mom still lives at to this day. This also scarred me. It haunted me. I remember being very triggered as a kid with scary movie scores. The Halloween theme song, the couldn't hear it, but at the same time, my brother actually taught me how to play that on the piano, and I remember feeling like super fucking cool that I know how to play the yeah. Baby, pick up your Bluetooth. But that theme song used to scare the shit out of me, and the fucking Jaws. Sometimes when I would go to the movies with my mom as a kid, instead of like what they do now, like playing like commercials and ads and whatnot, they used to, at least at my theaters, they would play different movie scores. For some reason, even if it's a fucking kids movie. Hi, I'm just being honest. We're talking about some spooky movies that I watched while I had the funky COVID teen tra. Happy you are here. I did stream before. I had no idea Kelpill was streaming, and I feel so bad. But that Jaws theme song would come in, and I would like tell my mom, like, get me the fuck out of here. I want to leave. Two dogs die in it. I'm just being honest. I will say I really thought that my voice would be better at this point, but I think I haven't been streaming like that long, but you will hear, oh, SJ Maple, hi honey. Oh yeah, it's Scarlett. She's been my fucking gal in this, because she knows all. She's a scream queen. She's a scream queen to me. But I'm not struggling. I don't think I'm struggling, but definitely still coughing and all this like crap that is just so glamorous. And it always takes the fucking longest. So again, for those of you that have just joined in, thank you so much. I do still have a cough, so I'm going to mute for a second. Ooh. But this is a list of all the films, plus a little extra that I watched while I had COVID. I love debating movies. I love it so fucking much. We might have to get like a panel or something going on. Oh, Extremely Hot BFF is back. Thank you so much. I can't wait to watch Kelp Pill's new chat log, which is 100% real. Okay, let's get down to business. Halloween, the original. I was very terrified of this for a very long time. But as soon as I broke the walls, I reached beyond the barricade, and this is fucking art. I will say, I haven't seen every sequel. I didn't see the new remake. I saw the, was it 2018 remake? I do have the Rob Zombie remakes in this tier list. I've got some things to say about that. 100% fabricated. Whew. Oh, excuse me. But original. Don't fuck with the original. It is so simple. So fucking simple. But they, like, with the other sequels, I watched this video. There's this, oh god, this fucking channel. I can't remember what it's called. I'll link it. But they do complete timelines of horror films. And with the Halloween movies, like the sequels, they started to dig deeper into the fact that Mike Myers, it just wasn't a simple someone who's going through, who has some issues, escapes one night and then fucking kills some teenagers. Like, he was resurrected, or I really don't know all of it, but with, I don't know if it was voodoo or devil worshipping, it was just all this different, like, complicated backstory that I don't think we even, like, Jason is my guy. Jason, we've got Jason in this mix. I've got some good things to say. Thank you, Tron. You're the best. Tron and Scarlet, the bot exterminators. The Mark of Thorn, cool. Paul Rudd was in it, so you can't be mad at that. I'm going to switch it up with something new that I watched recently. There are a few Guillermo del Toro movies. Guillermo is he's my number one. He's my precious prince. Fight me. Fight me if you don't. Not to say that no Dawn of the Dead. This list is garbage. Fuck off. I can't watch everything, you know. I would have kept going, but I haven't streamed in so long. I was like, I gotta do it. Where the fuck is it? Come over here, lover boy. I know it's fucking on my list here. Where are you? Oh, I saw this picture. I do have to show you this. Come on, guys. Doesn't this... I can't make it bigger. There we go. Doesn't this look like Lorne? Come on, guys. Let's start calling Lorne an ogre. That's why I've got you guys wanting to call him an ogre. Ridiculous. George Romero is the best. Man, he did that. He created... You know what? You know what? Lord of the Dead. Yep. Exactly. I want... Oh, there it is. I want a poster, goddammit. There we go. Okay. This movie, which was based on the storybooks that I remember my older brother having as a kid and being very scared but also intrigued by the art on these scary stories to tell in the dark. And I remember being so excited when I heard about especially Guillermo del Toro being a part of the film adaptation. But like, I just remember that it was being hyped so much. My dogs are probably gonna have to go outside in a minute, so apologies if I go mute for a minute. Our neighbors are having like a party or something. They never really have parties. And I keep thinking of like conspiracy theories of like what they're actually doing, because I think this is like part of their like religious group. And I heard some like it sounded like chanting in the backyard. I don't know, guys. I think they're calling it a night. Wow, at 10:30. Oh, they know how to party. Oh. Tron, she had COVID for 2 weeks, not 2 years. Don't make me ban Father Tron. Hashtag that. It was 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks, dude. Ooh, Tony Todd. My husband loves Tony Todd. But this film just kind of like came and went. I live next door to the Wicker Man. Well, it kind of sounded like it. Like they were doing the chanting, and did they sacrifice somebody tonight? I don't know. I hope it wasn't their dog Chanel. But you know what? I'm going to leave them alone because this neighbor was so polite. We live in a cul-de-sac and we get people, because we're the last house on the right, not the left. We're the last house, and then there's like a cul-de-sac because it's a bunch of land. People fuck up our lawns and park in front of our house. in such a rude way. And our neighbor that's next door was very courteous to call us and be like, hey, we're having some people over. Would it be okay if they park in front of your house? So they can be doing whatever the fuck they want. They were polite to us. Not the... I don't know if I can ever rewatch Nicolas Cage in The Wicker Man ever again. That was comedy. It's not horror. It was a comedy. They're going to sacrifice you to the flying spaghetti monster. Oh no. But back to the movie in front of us. Not the maze. Scary stories. I'm gonna a little. This film actually made my husband like physically sick. I don't know. It didn't make me sick. Nick Cage, man, he is in a category of his own. God, what was that new one? It's on fucking Hulu. It's a pretty much that it's that game Five Nights at Freddy's, but it's Willie's something. Go watch Chopping Mall, okay? Chopping Mall. Because the film was sick. What was it called? Like Willie's something. That was like the best Nick Cage I've ever seen in my life. I honestly regret that I didn't add that on the list, because that is something that I recently watched not too long ago. That was actually really good. What the fuck is it called? Willy's Wonderland. That might be it. That makes sense. Go watch that. It's on Hulu. Really Corey? I don't fucking know who that is. But yeah, this film actually made my husband like physically ill. It kind of went in. I definitely, with like this scarecrow guy, the creatures from the book that I so vividly remember, I, for the most part, automatically like recognized what they were. I don't remember the stories that much. I'm a visual person. I was more into I was actually able to like interpret the stories from the drawings, and I was able to recognize them right away. Was this movie perfect? Of course not. It's really hard to pick a perfect movie, but I think it was pretty well done. I will say, Amy Ramirez, hey girl. We're talking about spooky movies. I will say, I wish that the lighting was better in this, because there were times that it was so dark, like you would have to watch the movie in like pure darkness to be able to see anything. So that was a kind of a big gripe with me. I'm gonna put this in category C. Category is horror, slasher, fashion, realness. The only perfect movie is Full Metal Jacket. I've only seen the boot camp section of Full Metal Jacket. I've never watched the full film. Oh, you like spooky movies? Hell yeah, this is the place for you. The Thing is pretty perfect. That's Thing 1. Yes, that goes without saying. Rewatching that as an adult, I'm gonna talk about a bunch of shit. I didn't put it on the list because I haven't watched it that recent. My husband and I did do a episode of The Thing. So that's on our podcast. But I definitely love that unacceptable. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a horrible American. I'm a horrible American. But with The Thing, I just love John Carpenter's... His point of view is... It's so, like, going against the grain, just... It has so many... It's kind of hard to explain, but you know everything that he does is on... It's on purpose. It highlights a lot of, like, society, and honestly, like, with The Thing, I think of it as some, like, if you think about, like, today's time, like, we're dealing with COVID, we don't know who the fuck has it or not. Sometimes, you know, people can hide it and you can get it. But I do love the mystery of it. Watch Clark. Oh, bye, Father Chon. Have a good night. You can fuck with me anytime. He got, you know, like, that movie, it took a while to get the type of audience that it has now. People, it didn't get the reviews that, like, for, like, us now thinking about, like, what? How is this not, like, perfection in history? Just the stuff that they use for the creatures without using CGI. That's fucking art, dudes. And the fact that they use, like, certain just, like, crap you can find at, like, Office Depot or in your kitchen just to, like, blow shit up or make, you know, gum look like stretched out skin, and make a fucking spider head and have it on camera rolling on a fucking, what do they use? They use like a skateboard or like a remote car. Oh, you fuckers. I see you. Now I get why people see this shite before I do when I'm on other people's chats. How do I get rid of you? Go away, bots. Thank you. Sorry. Huh, that's interesting. So I guess, because I'm looking at your comments on my phone, and thank you, Scarlett. It's so gritty. It's your dad's favorite? Nice. The first time I watched that film, I was very young, and I watched it with my dad and my brother, and this was before I liked horror movies, and I was like, how dare you show me this horrible, super scary movie? I am a child. All right, where should I go next? I've got a couple classics in here too. Yes, I do love the like what you were saying, Scarlett, about the score. Silence scares the shit out of me too. A good creepy score can do it, but also you can't beat silence as well. All right, where shall I go next? Let's get to Hellraiser. You watched it when you were 8? Nightmare fuel for days? Question. Yes, Amy. You don't have to You don't have to ask. You may ask your question away. So Hellraiser. While I wait for Amy's question. Dogs, helicopters, spiders, blood. That's... Oh wait, that's a dog. Oh my god, don't get me started with the dogs and the thing. Oh, that's the only part I actually would cry watching. That poor fucking dog. But yeah, those are like all the emojis that pretty much sum will tear your soul apart. Oh, that's funny. Is the thing at the end? Ugh, Amy. Amy. I can go both ways. I honestly can go both ways. I would have preferred it because obviously most of us want like a happy ending, but sometimes it would have been nice if like none of them had it, but or none of them like was the thing, but they still never trusted each other, that they just like froze to death. I find that more chilling than one of them actually being the thing. So I like to think that neither of them were the thing. Like not thinking about it ever coming back. Childs. A video game that explains more. Nice. I do enjoy the cliffhanger endings. I hate movies that spoon feed us. And that's happening a whole lot. I like being able to use my imagination and create the ending that I imagine, and that's what's so great about The Thing. It's a movie, like for me, that, because I still don't fully understand it, every time I watch it, I learn something new, or I question something else. I notice something different that I've never noticed before. So it can't get old to me. So if The Thing was on this list, it would definitely be under S or A. Absolutely. Keeps you guessing, exactly. Now, Hellraiser. I'm not completely in on this franchise. The first and the second one are on the list. Those are the only two that I have seen. I enjoy the first one a lot. It's another film that pushed a lot of different aspects of film for this time. It just felt like a time that people were just having fun and experimenting and trying new things with camera tricks and what they can do with their makeup and with the lighting and the colors. And it was just so fucking dark. So the practical effects, yes. When Frank rebuilds his body, like, very, very detailed. It was so, S&M. It was pleasure, like the pain in pleasure. This different world. Jesus wept. He improv'd that line, didn't he? Jesus wept. It was pretty good. But I found the pain and the pleasure. Pinhead be like, we all have our fetishes. And I remember the show I mentioned in the countdown to the 100 scariest movie moments. It's on YouTube. You can watch that shit. It is so much fun. The director of Hellraiser, he has a really interesting, gritty voice too, and he's like Pinhead, who hasn't done a single nice thing for how many upteen like films, yet he still gets fan mail of women who want to bear his children. That's real love. Yes, sexual pleasure out of torturing his victims. He presents the fact that, I mean, I think he tries to entice people in saying this pain, which also, another movie that's on this list kind of dabbles in the same thing with like the S&M, the dom sub, like in a dark way, not in much of like the safe way, but it's going the whole route of like pain equals pleasure. But he enticed his victims like, oh, you will feel this pain, but there will be so much more pleasure. The Jesus Wept actor was the villain in the first Dirty Harry movie. He did such a good job with the role that he got death threats in real life. He's like Candyman. Oh, Candyman's good too. I haven't seen the remake. But I really do, in like the stepmother, of course she is absolutely horrible, but the sexual chemistry between her and Frank, it was on. Like, I still couldn't help but be like, holy, this is getting hot, how come? But with the first Hellraiser, I'm gonna put it in the A section. It is very good. I do enjoy rewatching it. It is on Prime right now. The second one. See, this is why I stopped. That's right, Scarlett. Wishmaster. I saw the first Wishmaster in theaters. I do like that one. Damn, I wish I'd thought about watching that one. That was a good one. The other sequels, yeah, there were a bunch. Like, there were parts about Hellbound, Hellraiser 2 that I liked. I just think that they had too many different plots and they piled on way too much. I liked when we get to Pinhead's pad. I don't know, it's hell, whatever. And we get to see some of that cool stuff, but the stepmom, she gets better quicker than Frank does. Yeah, it's exactly. Wishmaster is the shit. Yeah, it is. The second one, there are some good things. I will say yes. Hellraiser 3 has gotten more mainstream. I'll have to check that out because I'm going to put Hellraiser 2 in D. Indeed. Alright, let's stick with this slasher genre. So the original Friday the 13th. I will say I did not see the first one until I was an adult. The first Jason movie I saw was Jason Takes Manhattan. I remember watching it. Again, like, I watched a lot of, like, now that I think about it, I really did, like, very sneaky. And I watched some horror movies that I wasn't supposed to when I was in my grade school age. I remember watching it with a friend. So that to me always kind of was, I mean, it's not the best. You don't really see Jason really going around New York that much because they didn't have enough money to film. They had like one little shot of him walking around Times Square. There was a part like at the end in the sewers where I felt some like empathy for him. He punches that dude's head off. But the first one, I mean, you gotta watch it. It's a staple. You get to learn the backstory. Obviously, Drew Barrymore's character fucks up in Scream when Ghostface asks who was the killer in Friday the 13th. That was definitely a trick. But it was Ma. Oh my god, could you imagine like Lauren's mom pulling a Friday the 13th? Her just coming for everyone that does like content on Lauren to like make fun of him, and she just like, I don't know what kind of costume she would wear, but she just like tracks everyone down and just starts like offing them. My special boy, Lauren is a good man. That is my car, you know. A lot of the original Friday the 13th is a little, it's a little boring. I will say. The kills are really cool. Kevin Bacon, he had his little moment. Fucking love Kevin Bacon. R.I.P. you precious man, you. We didn't get to see him dance, which I'm kind of disappointed in. Mama Gwen would go ballistic. But, like, she would do it, but at the same time, she would, like, question herself doing it because she loves Lorne because she has to love Lorne. She's his mother, but she also hates him with a fucking passion. So I can see her, like, pulling some crazy shit, but also being somewhat, like, reluctant to it. Like, why am I doing this? But with the original Friday the 13th, it's very campy. It's the campy movie. She's the camp queen. I'm gonna put it in C. I'm gonna put it in C, guys. In C. I'm now gonna go to the remake of Friday the 13th. I did see this in theaters against my will. Again, just like some others that are on this list. This was directed by the same director, I believe, that did the remake of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This was like the time of the reboots. And I remember watching this trailer for the first time because we know Jason. He's a mongoloid. He's big. He's brawny. He's slow. He's the turtle, slow and steady, wins the race. Yes. 2009. Yes. Tried to reboot the series but failed. Yeah, it like I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle with this Friday the 13th. I remember being so like what intrigued me was, like I was saying, like how his character was in the other movies, very slow, and in the first trailer we see fucking Jason doing his fucking walking, and then he starts fucking running. That excited the shit out of me. My husband and I we have this joke it might sound stupid to everyone else, but we find it funny. When that scene happens, it happens during the epilogue. Walking, 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 running, 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 running. I just thought that was awesome. It's like, holy shit, Jason's got some speed. He's got some fucking speed. And I did enjoy the fake out in the beginning where we think we're trying to develop this relationship with this group of kids. We're trying to like kind of get to know their situation. You know, you got the horny couple, you got the kind of nerdy stoner couple, and then you got the ingenue and the perfect boyfriend. And Jason is like more of like a hunter collector type of guy. He's not just like, I'm just gonna fuck some shit up. Like he's a collector. And I liked the fact that he brought in the chick that reminded him of his mother. I'm not going out there with a boner. When he put that new screwdriver through the dude's neck slowly. The kills were pretty good. They were pretty good. They're, you know, there's that cheesy, let's show some boobs, which I'm not gonna hate on boobs. Boobs are lovely. They are gorgeous. But make it make sense, I guess. I don't know. The fucking douche guy whose like house it was, he was the worst. He couldn't die any quicker. But I enjoyed it. I'm going to put Trent and the supernatural guy and the and I do like how the two surviving people were the siblings and not the girl you thought was gonna survive. He was such a Trent. That is such a Trent thing to do. I'm gonna put it in B. Next one that I also got dragged to see in theaters and was not happy about it. But this is the worst poster. It cuts off. But Freddy vs. Jason. Oh my god, same dude. With the same name, Trent. Fuck. Yeah, he was the worst. He was having sex with that one chick. Oh my god. Your breasts, they're so amazing. They're so perfectly, like, placed and anatomically correct. That's such a turn on. So Freddy vs. Jason. This was hyped. People were so excited for this. Stupendous. Thank you, Scarlett. Thank you. Yes, stupendous. That's the word that you use. Your breasts are so stupendous. Call them magnificent and then we can talk. Got your nose. Fuck you, truck. Yeah. Rewatching it, I remember actually being excited to see it in theaters. I remember I thought it was like kind of badass. Rewatching it, yes, it is a lot more camp than I remember. You saw it twice in theaters? Nice. I remember like exactly where in the theaters I sat. It was like the upper corner, not the corner, but it was like the upper middle side where like back then there were these like corner seats. It was only like two in a row. Oop, I hear my puppies. And I remember watching it. But Jason, he looked pretty badass. I wasn't a huge fan of, I think, like his skin, like behind his mask. I didn't understand the coloration of his skin. And then there was this like random like long hair like at the bottom. It might have been a little too long for me. I don't know. What a Freddy only kills one person. God, I didn't even think about the kill count. Are my neighbors still sacrificing? Is that Wicker Man still burning? Don't smell anything, but my dogs are going crazy. There was a lot of cheese to this. I really didn't actually care about any of the characters. Any of the teenagers in the movie. Rewatching it. The climate isn't great in hell. Of course you're gonna have some straggly, really dark and dry hair. Yes, it does. That does make sense. How dare I think that there's no Why can't there be moisture in hell? He basically is a zombie. Oh yeah, he totally is. I think they were probably going with the fact that he has had the same body for so long that it's starting to decompose. So I get that. For sure I get that. I think maybe his head was a little too small for his big body. But I think the scenes where, like, when they're going at it is so much fun. The combat is really great. I love just watching them kick the shit out of each other. And you got the campiness of fucking Freddy doing his thing, and Jason is just being Jason. I like this movie, like the idea of it, and I would rather just watch them two just go at it and just fuck with each other. And we didn't even get a winner. I was Team Jason. I totally was. But they couldn't do it. They could not give us a winner. But where to put you? I'm gonna put it at C. Yeah, I'm gonna put it at C. Alright. Where to go from here? You know what? Since we were kind of in the camp realm, where are you? Yeah, he had more body parts. Yeah, Jason was just down to a head. But he gave us a nice little wink to let us know that he, I guess, I don't know, is he more of a dream figure? Is he really there? There's the question on deck about, like, there are a lot of questions about Freddy. That's interesting. Okay. Sleepaway Camp. That's true. SJ Maple, like, they both can't die. I think at the time when I saw it in theaters, I was just like, why can't we have a winner, a loser? But thinking about it now, like, you really can't. Those two titans can fucking do what they were doing to each other forever. Okay. Sleepaway Camp. Angela. Yes, Amy. OMG. Angela. Scarlett likes the Nightmare on Elm Street remake. I haven't seen it in full. I do love the actor that was playing Freddy. He was in Watchmen. Why am I drawing a blank with his fucking name? I can hear myself talking. I can hear my husband listening to my stream right now. But I do love the actor. Fight like this. You're locked in here with me. Rorschach, thank you. Fuck. God, it's been a while since I've seen that. I need to remedy that. That film, Watchmen, it is my top 5 favorite trailers ever. With that fucking Smashing Pumpkins song. Is it bright where you are? Never people change. One of the best trailers, still. Okay, back to Sleepaway Camp. It's weird. It's very weird. I remember the opening and that one chick that kept screaming when the scuba boat incident happened. It's like, shut up. But I find Sleepaway Camp kind of intriguing. It is, obviously it's not, I don't know. I haven't, part of me wishes that I ought to do some research on this, like why they went for what they did with this. Obviously I kind of, like, I get it. But there's a part of me that wishes that we got to dive deeper into the psychological aspects of this film and why Angela is the way she is. We get little things here and there. The mom is crazy. I definitely put it in the category of like a cult classic. My biggest issue is that the big shock of the film is the fact that Angela is a boy, and we have that horrible image of this cut and paste of this little boy's naked body with a fucking penis, and then Angela's face on it doing that wide-eyed, open-mouthed, no fucking lips look with a fucking knife. I couldn't help but laugh at that. Yeah, Amy, I absolutely. I do like the mystery. I think if they were to ever redo this, I wouldn't mind learning some more about like the past. Like, how did Angela's mom start with the manipulation? Like how it like progressed to, wait, you're not my son, you're my daughter, and like just brainwashing this poor kid, and what came of it. There's a lot of cheese in it. I think there's fun cheese. I'm gonna put it in B. Because it is a cult classic. The sequels tell more about it. Ooh. I've got the second one on the list. And I watched part of the third. I didn't put it on the list because I didn't finish it. But like Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3, even though I didn't finish it, I feel like it it gave in, and it was nothing but a boob buffet. Like, that was the thing, like, to show boobs on every scary movie. Not to, like, condone boobs and showing, you know, I'm all about free the nipple and all that, but even just the way that they staged these campers being physical, it was so weird. 80s rock and nudity. Yes, exactly. And like with Angela, yes, she fully embraced that she is gonna identify as female, but she Brie Buffet but she like it's more sleazy. Sorry, I'm texting my husband right now. Okay. Like, Angela is this... like, she's like this nun, and she's all about chastity and these... I don't know, were they trying to, like, channel Friday the 13th to punish teens that engage in any sexual activity? I don't know, but it was just so easy to... the Angel of Death. We got a couple Angel of Deaths. Oh, maybe Angel of Death, because they, in Scream 4, Kirby and Olivia call Sydney the Angel of Death. Is that a Sleepaway Camp little nod? I don't know. But it just was, it was too easy. Like, okay, someone pissed off Angela because they are being sexual, or I don't know. I finished it, obviously, but it's gonna be a no for me, dog. It's gonna be a no for me. All right, I'm gonna switch over to something that is very classic. Which one do I want to do first? You know what? We're going Hitchcock. Dial M for Murder. They use Brat Pack names. Yes, Amy. Damn, girl, you fucking know your shit too. You need to be a part of the horror panel with me, Scarlet Ebony, SJ Maple, everyone that's here. I do love Hitchcock movies. I really do. Do I love Hitchcock as a person? No, of course not. Hitchcock. A big... I can't think of Dan. But the cast, first of all. Grace Kelly. Hello. But, I mean, I wouldn't put Dial M for Murder as a horror, but it's a fucking Hitchcock film. No matter what, there's always going to be that element of, like, a spookiness. That's the only word I can think of. But I love it so much, but it also gives me such anxiety, especially when you dial D for Dan. All those people who are fantastic at fucking Photoshop, please make a dial D for Dan movie poster, please. Oh, my heart. But Dial M for Murder, to me, it feels more like I'm watching a play, which I don't mind at all, because majority of the film takes place in one place, and that's the apartment of the couple. And there's a good amount of dialogue. There is a good amount of dialogue that I can appreciate. But sometimes I will kind of like glaze over a little bit about like certain parts of the movie. And the thing that gives me anxiety is when the husband who tried to frame his wife for murder because she was having an affair with an American, his plan wasn't very good. It really wasn't that great. It had a lot of holes. He thought that he was so cocky about it because he thought he created like the perfect setup for his wife. But I love the actor who plays the detective. I can't remember his name, but he is in a lot of episodes of Alfred Hitchcock Presents. I fucking love that show. I used to fall asleep to that show a lot, but I stopped doing it just because the theme song was very loud and would wake me up. He's a very inquisitive detective. And I just loved it, but I got anxiety about it too, like with the detective trying to figure out everything and the husband just trying to keep his story straight. And God, they treated Grace Kelly's character so horribly. She obviously had no idea what was going on. Something with like a fucking silk stocking. But it definitely has some good suspense. I enjoy the story. Where am I going to put it? I'm going to put it in A. I'm going to put it in A. Let's see. Oh, I don't want to stop this momentum that I'm doing right now, but I do have to use the restroom. I have to pee. I'm so sorry, guys. I will be right back. I don't blame you guys if you leave for a minute, but I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. That was like some speed peeing right there. Okay, let's get back to business. Let's check up with the chat here. At the end, when the detective proves that he's here to sip a drink. You think if he would have poisoned all the drinks, that would have been interesting. But the thing is, like, during that time, and if you ever watched the Alfred Hitchcock Presents TV show, it was, I can't remember what it was called. Excuse me. You weren't allowed to make an ending where the villain got away with it. That wasn't allowed because you want people to get the idea that, oh my god, maybe I can kill someone and get away with it. But I am glad that I revisited that movie. It is very, very special. All right. Well, we're getting there. Definitely, I've got some more C's and B's. Where should I go next? Okay. And now for something completely different. Bug. Don't know too many people that know about this, and if you do, tip of the hat to you, my person. Because I didn't know this until I was actually still in college when I found out about this movie, and also this was originally a stage play. The movie Bug, it's... My husband might be asleep now, but Ashley Judd, Michael Shannon, he is my top, like, best actor. Bug is fucking weird as fuck, and I can't believe that. Well, I can, because there is a lot of dialogue. Like, for me, I can always tell when a film was a stage play originally because of the dialogue. This, I had I thought that I knew, but I didn't. There he is. Jerry, get out. And this movie play, it holds a very special place in my heart because I remember this film being introduced to me around the time I was going back to college. It was a theater school, and this was my second to last semester. Oh yeah, Scarlett, there's a lot of tinfoil involved. I think at the end, they end up making that hotel room like almost completely out of foil. Is Human Centipede on the list? No. None of that. I will say yay for creativity, but Human Centipede. Stop trying to make Human Centipede happen. It's not going to happen. But it did happen. But after I watched this movie and I found out that it was a play, I was in this acting class. I loved the teacher. She really brought out a lot of great things in me. And 3 times. After our first scenes, she was the one that would assign us our scene partners. And for some reason, I mean, I guess it just happened. There were a lot more females in our class and not a lot of males. I think there might have been 3. The first Human Centipede, I think I tried the second one, but it was just a little too outrageous, a little too out there for me. Yes, Scarlet, it knows what it's doing. It's very tongue-in-cheek. But my teacher assigned me 2 boys. And I'm saying boys because they were boys. So I had to find a scene to do with 2 boys, which that took some digging, but I really don't know why I was assigned. I think because my teacher saw me because I went back to college in my mid to late 20s, so I was working with a lot of people that were in their early 20s. And the 2 that I got assigned to, they are talented, but they were very young and were very focused. So I decided to do a scene from Bug because there are scenes with 1 female and 2 males. So you got Ashley Judd in the movie, Michael Shannon, and Harry Connick Jr. Harry Connick Jr.'s character is the abusive boyfriend who is very intimidating, very tough, and Ashley Judd's character is trying to like kind of get away from him. She meets Michael Shannon's character. They kind of hang out and hit it off. She drinks a lot and there's, some drugs involved. So Harry Connick Jr.'s character, Jerry, get out. I decided of course I casted the 2 boys, and it was very hard because the one dude that I ended up making Harry Connick Jr.'s character, he looked like as if that character was turned into a cartoon character. Because, I mean, he was a very good looking dude, like young, like dark haired, icy blue eyes. He was very like small in like stature, but he really took care of his body. He was very, very fit, and he just wasn't intimidating. And I did a scene where he had to pretty much choke me and like hit me. Best acting I've ever done in my life. Anyway, if you haven't seen this, please see it. It is so psychological, and I fucking hate bugs. I hate them with a fucking passion. They can die. I know that some of them are good for this world, but just fucking die already. Bug. My bug. Why can't do I not have you on? Did not get you on my fucking list either. Well, guess I didn't. I'm gonna have to add it because I'm a horrible perfectionist. But yeah, he like thinks he has a bug in him, and he thinks it's like the government. It's like very conspiracy theory. And I love the fact that it's kind of like Dial M for Murder. This is going in A for sure. His blue eyes were his superpower. You know what? Like, he's just one of those guys who has some talent, but he's a beautiful thing that I say thing, like, it's so rude. He definitely got away with a lot of shit because he was good looking. Like, his dumbass, he used to like actually like drink while in class. It was embarrassing. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. Okay, so bugs in A. Jennifer's body. I really want to talk about Jennifer's body. I mean, come on, look at that body. Kidding. So this movie, he's one of those guys that always gets away with things because he's pretty. And he'll get cast in things because he's pretty. I mean, he works hard for his body, so good for him. Megan Fox. Cannibal movies. Oh, you know what? I don't think so. I will say Raw is pretty good when it comes to like the cannibal. Saw it 3 times in theaters. Jennifer's body. I bet you did, Jirok. I bet you did. This might be. It is kind of. I'm glad that it's old news in a way, but it still needs to be talked about. Like, we all owe Megan Fox a huge apology. That movie reminds me of Tamara. Who's Tamara? Is that a movie I don't know about? Cyber Squeak! What's up? We're talking about Jennifer's body. But we betrayed Megan Fox. Gonna eat your soul and shit it out. I'll admit it. I did get brainwashed to hate Megan Fox like this fucking patriotic, well, patriotic. This misogynistic fucking Hollywood to hate Megan Fox because I mean, hopefully you guys know everything, but she was done dirty. She was blackballed because of her. I don't know if it was her. Well, she did say some horrible things about, I believe, like, it was Michael Bay. Like, she was 16 years old, and the first thing that she did was, because she was cast as an extra, and she was supposed to be a patron at a bar, but because she was underage, she couldn't be, like, you can't, in order to do anything acting wise that has to do with a bar or alcohol, you have to be at least 25 years old. I know that for sure for commercials, because when I got sent to castings for commercials and they were alcohol related, you had to show that you were over 25. I remember my husband being pissed because he looked older than 25, but he wasn't yet, so he couldn't audition for those type of commercials. Tamara is similar to Jennifer's body. Both died and possessed by a hungry demon. Ooh, I'll have to check that out. I think a lot of us were caught up with the whirlwind that Megan Fox was just a dumb bimbo. Yeah. When in reality, from what I understand, she is very intelligent. She was ignored during the Me Too movement. She was pushed into this box of being the sexy dumb one, and I don't know if they thought people thought they were getting away with it because she was brunette. I don't know, because that dumb blonde thing, I hope that's gone. I just, anything that's to do with a female being the quirky dumb one, I can't. But rewatching Jennifer's Body, and the chick that wrote Jennifer's Body was the same person that wrote Juno, and I remember watching an interview with Megan Fox and the writer both talking about it, because now people are starting to really appreciate Jennifer's Body beforehand, and the people who were the advertisers for the movie, they just honed in on just the fact that Megan Fox is sexy and being a bad girl. That was it. Oh, you guys are awesome. You guys are showing me some new stuff that I have not seen before. But Jennifer's Body, it goes a lot deeper than what people originally thought. And I totally stan Megan Fox. She is very intelligent, and she's a great actress. Here's the thing also too, when you're an actor, things are starting to kind of change now, but when it comes to, if you're trying to be in the industry as an actor, the hugest, and it was so frustrating, 'cause I just remember struggling. You had to know what your type was. Are you this type of person? Are you this character? What do you how old do you look? It was just so superficial. It had nothing to do with your capacity for actually being a good actor. Megan Fox, I mean, she knew where she would get casted. She was smart about it, and she's also really good at laughing at herself and also society. About the pretty girl getting whatever she wanted. People don't like it when someone's hot and yes, exactly. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I remember being so jealous of Megan Fox. Oh my god, I want that body. She's there's no way that a human being looks that perfect. I totally guilty of that. Don't even get me started on Hollywood. Don't even. It's a man's world, that's for sure. Jennifer's Body, I'm gonna put it at B. I really appreciate it a lot more, and its themes, it goes a lot deeper than I thought it was. You're fine, babe. He just got my text. It's because they're projecting they're projecting their own insecurities and failures. And I fucking hate that that's what women were like subjected to fucking feel like it's always a competition and not be supportive of people's like success. It's always like, oh, jealous, you gotta step on the other bitch. And oh, and Callie, how are you feeling? You sound better. I'm getting there. Earlier I was having a hard time. This is like the most I've talked since I've had COVID. I'm still a little congested. Excuse me. I'm still coughing. I've had to hit pause a little bit, but that's really like what Scarlett said is it feels like I still have that chest cold hanging on me. So I'm getting there. It's just that fucking cough that just won't go away. All right, we're gonna move to a couple comedy horror films that I really enjoy. One of them I really didn't expect to watch, but I remember watching it and being very surprised. I'm a old school OG like Tim Burton fan, absolutely. But Dark Shadows was very underrated. It's so good for your body. You can Google it, but I already know. Oh, it's so good. It feels so good in my body. I think this movie doesn't get enough credit. From what I heard or read, this film came out around the same time either the first Twilight or one of the Twilight movies, and people were so into sparkly vampires. My husband and I, we do have a Twilight episode coming out soon. You'll get to hear all about how we feel about that. But Dark Shadows is really good. Johnny Depp does a great performance. Oh god, yes, Tucker and Dale. I need to rewatch that too. I don't know if that's on, it was on Netflix for the longest time. I hope it still is. I wish I rewatched that during my time. I can't believe I totally forgot about that movie. But yes, it is really good. You imprinted on my baby! You nicknamed my daughter after the Loch Ness Monster! I can't wait till we get to those. VHS, those are really good. An old college mate of mine is in the first VHS movie. She is absolutely gorgeous. You say on accident all the time. I need to rewatch Tucker and Dale for sure. But this film is really clever. It's greatly written. I love that it takes place in like the 70s, and Barnaby, whatever, he was buried for centuries and having to learn everything that happened. And just the scene when he walks on fucking asphalt, like on a road for the first time, is very good. I don't like something about his fucking fingers. Is he wearing like finger extensions? Because there's no way he's not like a tall dude, I don't think, Johnny Depp, but those fingers There's extensions on those. If I had knocked her out with my shovel on accident. But this Dark Shadows, I really do enjoy. I love all the actors in it. I'm going to put it in slot A. The next one. The next comedy. We're going Mel Brooks. We're going Mel Brooks. Dracula, Dead and Loving It. Leslie Nielsen. All of the regulars on the Mel Brooks casting list are in it. Please, if you haven't seen this movie, please see it. I love my mother's fingers. I love your fucking fingers. There are some jokes in this movie that didn't age well, obviously. But I don't know, like my... What are you doing with the furniture? This is wrong. This is wrong. Oh, wrong me, wrong me, wrong me. Like, you can't beat that shit. That shit's so fucking funny. And speaking of that scene when the children of the night, they're like floating across the room and Leslie Nielsen's Dracula, and stop doing that. And they just start like walking like normal, like their shoulders are hunched over. It's like, yeah, this is good. Give him an enema. Look at me, Renfield. I'm drinking wine and eating chicken. So many good, really good lines in this. I'm gonna put it in A. Certain things obviously didn't age well, but yes, that is my favorite line. What are you doing to the furniture? Since we went there, we're gonna go here, guys. Bram Stoker's Dracula. Now, this is one of the movies I knew I was gonna put on my list, but I'm conflicted. I'm bewitched, bothered, and bewildered because this movie is almost perfect. Almost. My husband's not gonna like this either, but the one thing that kind of ruined this movie, it didn't ruin it. Wrong choice of words. I love him! Keanu Reeves. I love the guy. I love the man. But he was horribly miscasted in this. He almost makes this a comedy. His British accent in the C-tier Callie. How could... Hey, these are all subject to change. Squeaks. The reason I have it in C, the main reason, was because I did not care for the teenagers. I didn't care for the storyline of the teenagers. I loved the parts of Freddy and Jason interacting together. I loved their fight scenes. But things are subject to change. Dracula's hairstyle. Hey, but Gary Oldman was wearing that hairstyle. That's why I didn't have any complaints. Hi, Michael Mendoza. Bram Stoker's Dracula, it's almost perfect. Keanu Reeves, I wish he wasn't in it, but at the same time, because it's been so long and now it's, you know, he's in it, he's a part of it. It makes me laugh. It makes me laugh. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, I wish I didn't care about any of the teenagers. I didn't care about them. It was just like, all right, can you just die now? I want to see more of Freddy and Jason just like going at it. But this movie, Bram Stoker's Dracula, was fucking sexy. Gary Oldman, just like Michael Shannon, is in like my top favorite actors. So, like, you can't typecast Gary Oldman. He can do anything. He can do anyone. I definitely had a crush on Keanu Reeves in Bill and Ted. I've always had a thing for the dark hair and that fucking hairstyle that I actually can now do. It's the Devon Sawa middle part. Undercut look. I was into it. I love Keanu Reeves. I've been an odd, like, I'm not like a fan of his, but there's a part of me that really like appreciates him at the same time because he has done some iconic stuff. But the first time I actually appreciated him as an actor was John Wick. Perfect. And that's the thing too, like, I can't hate him because Keanu Reeves is like one of the best human beings ever. Like, he is down to earth, just so not Hollywood. So I can't hate him. He was the thing at the time when this movie came out. I get it. He tried his best. But Idle Hands. Yes, SJ Maple. That is a very, speaking of Devon Sawa, that is a very iconic movie for sure. I do appreciate that one. So for Bram Stoker's Dracula, like, honestly, there's this part of me, you know what? I'm in a better, like, giving mood. And I remember thinking about this movie earlier, and I was like, I'm so not going to put this in the S tier because of Keanu Reeves. But there it goes. And there it is. Omega Haber, hey! Terrifier, no, I have not. Was also out of his depth in Much Ado About Nothing. Oh my god. Was he in that before or after Bram Stoker's Dracula? Because if he was cast in Much Ado About Nothing after Bram Stoker's Dracula, I blame casting. I blame casting. He's Keanu Reeves, he's Neo, he's John Wick. I will say I kind of did like him in what's that fucking movie with Jack Nicholson and Diane Keaton? fuck? I'm drawing a blank. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's gonna come to me. It'll come to me. Excuse me. Yeah, I do. I adore Keanu Reeves. He just was as good as it gets. Thank you, Scarlett. Oh my god. Please continue to stay in my head. I do. I hate to throw shade at Keanu Reeves, but this a year after a year after that makes it so much better. I believe I watched that a very long time ago. I'm gonna have to find it and see and rewatch that. Oh no, oh no, oh, whoa. I'm an asshole, sorry. Wow, okay, we're getting down to the nitty gritty. Okay, we're gonna go super camp and super fabulous. What ever happened to Baby Jane? Classic. Iconic. Tommy Wiseau and Dracula. He should have been Dracula, though. Well, he would audition for the male hero, but he should have been cast as fucking Dracula. Whatever happened to Baby Jane? Too iconic. These female gargantuan idols of Hollywood. They what's the word I'm thinking of? Women get treated like shit in Hollywood. It's just... Rosemary's Baby, I didn't rewatch that. This list is mostly like movies I watched while I had COVID. I added a couple more just because I wanted that clean 3 row of 36 films. But that's why most of these movies, except for like maybe like 5 or 6, were chosen for this tier list. If I ever did like every horror movie that I saw, that would be a very, very long stream. But this has been pretty long too. But Rosemary's Baby is very great. I have no problem talking about that movie. I remember living in New York City in college and being very excited to go to I only got to see the outs. I couldn't go inside, obviously. The Dakota, where the movie was filmed. That's where our fallen Beatle was killed. That building is absolutely gorgeous and haunting. But Rosemary's Baby, I would definitely put it in because there are moments, I will say, like I am a huge fan, and I do find it very creative and different, especially the fucking betrayal of the husband, just so he can star in a fucking play. So much fucking betrayal. I hate that. Like, I do like it, but like it's those movies where the protagonist is being attacked for being delusional. Like there's something wrong with them. Oh, God, Omega. Fucking A. Yes, The Crow. I can't watch that movie without crying. That movie... I remember when... Oh God, I was young. I was in elementary school, but learning about how fucking Brandon Lee, like, died on set for that film. So promising, such a good actor. I remember the second one. Fucking A, Scarlet Ebony. That's my favorite line in The Crow. Take your shot, fun boy. You got me dead, bang. That's the best. Oh, the best line. But back to Bette Davis and Joan Crawford, fucking legends. I did also watch the FX. I remember watching this. Oh, well, I was on my honeymoon too. But Feud. It was a interpretation of these two gargantuan actresses filming this movie, and a lot of shade ensued. But this is like this is kind of, it's scary, it's tortuous, and it's really sad, especially Bette Davis's character. I feel like Joan Crawford, she kind of overacted. They both overacted, but Bette Davis, fasten your seatbelt, it's gonna be a bumpy night. I turn up for Bette Davis. She's my spirit animal. But Joan Crawford, she so badly like tried to hold on to being the victim, to be the ingenue. It just I don't know, it just got like annoying from documentaries that I've watched. Oh God, Michael Mendoza, if you're talking about the Crow soundtrack, I almost can't listen to it because it makes me cry. Whatever happened to Baby Jane? That's an S. That's an S tier for me. Where should I go next? This one's gonna be short. This was a new movie my husband and I watched together during Halloween season. It's another horror comedy with Vince Vaughn. It's called Freaky. God, what did we watch it on? Was it on HBO Max? I can't remember. But we were just kind of like sitting down for dinner. I was like, all right, I think we watched it during October. Let's try this out. I think it ended up being a little better than I thought. There were certain parts that were definitely very cheesy. Not sure if that was on purpose, but it's pretty much it can't rain all the time, Michael, no! I remember wanting that like tattooed on my body at one point. It can't rain all the time. Eric? Oh my God. You guys. Oof. SJ Maple. I know, Scarlett. The Saw movies. Oh, you know what's... It is funny you bring that up. I recently watched... There's this channel on YouTube called Cracked. And it's this dude... What kind of weirdo watches horror movies in October? You know what? My husband and I were talking about it earlier, but I don't know if it was because of like this year, the vibe, whatever. But we've been watching more horror movies now than we did in October. I don't know. What's that? What does that mean? But the Saw movies, I watched because like there's so many of them that they... Oh yes, Michael Mendoza, Pan's Labyrinth. Oh, don't get me started on that yet. I find it funny in the 4th Scream movie, they call the Saw movies torture porn. And I get it. I do get it. I remember being very interested in the Saw movies, like the first 2, possibly the 3rd, but it started to get too complicated for me. I do appreciate the original concept for sure. Body swapping. Yes, that's what Freaky was. Body swapping. Vince Vaughn's character was a serial killer, and then the Catherine actress was like a typical teenager. They like switched bodies. It was, I don't know, it was alright. I am gonna put it in the D category. Not sure if it's something that I would ever watch again. It had its moments, but not too sure. I love how the Saw movies just stopped caring about being scary and just decided to go with the gory kills. Yeah, exactly. It was something you had to experience while they were still coming out. There was a nice little community that was speculating and analyzing every little thing. Oh, I totally see that. I remember watching I can't remember what year it came out, but it was during like the dawn of the age of the reality show Scream Queens. And the host was the actress that played Amanda. I remember watching the 1st and 2nd season. Like the person that won got to be in a Saw movie. And I remember seeing the chick that won. She did actually get to be in a Saw movie. But it did kind of lose its purpose and got very complicated. But I totally... I'm sorry, I'm grabbing my phone. I totally can see how a community could start to like speculate and come up with their own things. The community is sometimes most horror movies don't bother with. They could get actors to come back 3 or 4 films later. The way the films of the next one start. Okay. Yeah, I totally can see that. Howard. Yes. I remember the first person. The one because she was such a natural actress who had like no training, and she pretty much like schooled the rest of the girls. She was able to emote emotions. All right, let's bring it back a little bit. I'm gonna talk about Rob Zombie for a minute. Really? You're not gonna let me? Oh, you bastard. That's why I don't see it on this list. Oh, here we go. Here we go again. I apologize. I wish I paid more attention. Rob Zombie's Halloween. Images. Okay, let's cut and paste that. I don't know why it's not. Okay. Oh, all right. Perfect. There it is. Well, I'm around or I'll hijack the whole stream. I'm sorry, Scarlett. It's I mean, it's not part of my list. So we're good. All right. Okay, come. So the first remake of Rob Zombie's Halloween, I will say I did at first completely drink the Kool-Aid, and I just remember really just digging Rob Zombie. Just I liked his look, his music was, I remember being like, I was young, but it was like super cool, and he has this love for horror films and the genre. I remember they did, God, MTV used to do these, this show, I can't remember what it's called. Was it like MTV's Cribs? And they would show like celebrities' houses, and Rob Zombie was one of the houses, and it was pretty much dedicated to horror films. So in my mind, I'm like, oh my God, this guy, like, he writes very interesting and dark music. He likes the genre so much. He wants to take on this very, yep, Cribs. I remember hearing that some of those people's cribs were not really their cribs. I do have one. I don't have A House of a Thousand Corpses on that list. On this list, I do have The Devil's Rejects. I will talk about that very soon. Crib should come back and feature Lord. Oh my God. Yep, Scarlet Ebony's on it too. This is my favorite hole in the wall, and is part of the floor. Here is my bed. He did. He reimagined Halloween in a sense. I don't know the full extent of it, but Rob Zombie and John Carpenter don't have the best relationship because of it. He could have showed us the closet that he was trying to build for like how many fucking years for different fucking catfishes. Okay, so rewatching. Imagine the camera crew navigating the P yard. There's no way they could have been able to fit more than one camera guy in that fucking trailer of failure. Okay, so Halloween, Rob Zombie's Halloween. I'll tell you something that is, I think, kind of interesting, but yes, Scarlet Ebony, Rob Zombie should do art and set design and stuff like that instead. Yes. Dude, you hit the nail on the head. Or the hail on the Ned. Oh my god, Michael Mendoza! I've been like trying to think of, for like 2 years, how to come up with a way to rescue fucking Roscoe and Sadie and MTV Cribs. That sounds like not only a great idea, but also super fucking fun to do. I mean, hell yeah. So with the new Halloween, I appreciate that they came up with a more detailed backstory of Michael and his issues with his family and the things that he's into. We get to understand why he is doing the things that he did. But like I said earlier about the original Halloween, there's so many like unanswered questions that make it more scary to me personally. I think Rob Zombie has a tendency to shoehorn shock dialogue and stuff like abuse scenes in his films purely to be shocking, and it's a little misguided and puts me, yes, stay in my head. He'd tell his rape class about, oh my god. Yeah, he did give, John Carpenter did give the go-ahead to make it his own, but I can't fully remember, but there was like something happened where I don't think that he liked it. But the thing that Scarlet Ebony, what I just read from her comment, is very much the same like how I feel. And this is interesting. The one scene that I can't watch. It's very traumatizing. It's just, there's this scene when Michael Myers is still in his confinement, and there's this new guard who tries to like fuck with Michael and brings in another patient that's in the inpatient ward, and is a young female, and there's this horrible rape scene that goes on, and I just, let me see if my music is still going. Oh, we're gonna restart this bitch. And I never enjoyed that scene. I found it just very, I mean, I guess at the time, I guess it makes it, there's like that shock value. It shows the darkness that is in with people and horrible things that happen. Yeah, we really are Scarlet, like, for sure. And I never liked it. I never liked it. I didn't do this. I wish that I did, because when I was first into this film, I remember buying it on iTunes, and then years later, because I wanted to watch it on my television with my husband, I rebought it on Amazon Prime. This time, recently, when I rewatched the movie, the asylum rape scene is cut. It's gone. It is not there anymore. Yeah, I don't, like, I agreed, Sweets. Like, I don't like that in movies. I get, like, I understand showing it if it really has a meaning to it. There's something that has to do with like the story, but if you're just doing it just to do it, I just find it very disrespectful. It's off-putting. And this was the first time that I was actually happy that something was cut from a movie's like original theatrical to streaming service cut. And part of me wants to kind of watch my iTunes version, so I wonder if that scene got cut too. I appreciate it. The sexual assault scene, there was no need. There was no need for it. I understand showing the horrible side of society and man and people, but I just didn't think it didn't bring anything to the party. It was just violent and inappropriate. I didn't like it. So I was pleasantly surprised that actually got cut from, if you watch it on Amazon. He did, and I don't want to like say that I don't appreciate going like Amy, like what you're saying, like pushing the envelope. I think maybe at the time I didn't think of it as a big deal, but I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like nowadays that things are getting called out more, but I still remember not being totally comfortable with that scene, and I would try to avoid watching it. So like deep down, like part of me was like, yeah, I get that it's part of life, but where to put this movie? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Amy, maybe the version that I have on my iTunes is the unrated, and the one that I bought on Amazon is rated. Yeah, it's rated differently. Definitely prefer the rated one. But I can give Rob Zombie props for trying something different, but also like paying like homage to John Carpenter. What the fuck? Jirok, are you still awake? Tyler Mane, was he the one that played Michael? Tyler Mane from Troy. Oh, thank you, Scarlett, for bringing up the thing that I didn't like was the ending was dragged out so way too much. Like, oh my god, somebody fucking die already. That was like kind of my thing, and like how many final scenes do we need with those two? I thought it was just, it was too much. I do like it, but I think my Rob Zombie drug, I don't say drug, I don't know what else to like say, but I totally drank the Kool-Aid with Rob Zombie's stuff, and I don't know, I don't like the stuff as much as I used to. So I'm gonna put Halloween in C, and then the second one, the second one, let's see, Squeaks. I think what bothers me so much about SA scenes in horror movies is like, yeah, it's terrifying, but it should women fear every day. It does. It, like, I don't have enough time, like, in this world to talk about it. And it's, and I never want to say that it's just women. Like, men equally have sexual assault things happen to them as well, and should be definitely be taken seriously. But it's just, it's hard to watch. It's always been hard to watch for me. I remember, like, I have it on DVD, Wes Craven's Last House on the Left. I remember watching that all the time and, like, being, like, somewhat okay with it. I don't know what it was, but the reboot, remake, I remember watching it, and I was watching it with my husband. We weren't, like, married at the time, but I actually had to, like, tell him to, like, turn it off. I couldn't watch it anymore. The sexual assault scenes were a lot different, and that could just be me. It just triggered something in me. But, like, that's the story. That's what happened to these poor girls. And the most exciting part is watching the parents get revenge for these fucking predators. Scarlet, it's not just entertaining, and it's just not entertaining in any way, not even in the context of a horror movie. It's pointless and for shock value. Yeah. Yes. Like, I totally get trying to show every aspect of the human experience, but I don't recall ever watching a sexual assault scene and being like, oh, okay, yes, I get why they're doing this. I don't know. But it, like, that's the thing. Like, I do obviously love the horror movie genre, but there is a lot of mistreatment of women always being the prey, the victims, and, like, they're supposed to just think that that's what they are. They can't be the protagonist. They can't be the hero. It's changing. It's changing, guys. Guys and girls, everyone in between, or nothing at all. It's changing. Or don't show the scene, imply it, or something, like, have a character talk about it, and not like just, I don't know, just like yeah, like not show it. Yeah, oof. Yes, implication and suggestion takes way more talent as a filmmaker / writer, yes, / actor. I appreciate more storytelling than actually, like, showing me. Like, if a actor can properly retell their situation or their story, that's all we need to see, is the fucking fear in their eyes. They're triggered. Oof. Like in Hellraiser, it's heavily implied that Frank hurt Christy when she was young, but they never show or speak a word of it. It all comes out in the way they behave in their scenes together. Exactly. Amy, I couldn't watch it either. Last House on the Left was a little... yes. Amy, like, that's what it felt like. It was too real. The word of the night is appreciate. I can appreciate people wanting to like tell true stories, but I don't know, it just could be, you know, some of us that we can't watch that stuff. And that's fine. We can just turn around. I Spit on Your Grave, just couldn't watch it. You know, that is one that I have not watched. I've seen it around, but I have not watched it. All right, let's go to something enough of something completely different. Well, kind of. From Dusk Till Dawn. Excuse me. The things that I like about this film. It's completely topsy-turvy. You think it's gonna be one type of film, but it ends up completely doing, like, it does a fucking 180 and it becomes something completely different. Oh, yeah. Okay, just checking on the chat. Robert Rodriguez, very great in the horror genre. Very, very good cast. Quentin Tarantino, I wouldn't really ever call him an actor, but he tries his best. He tries his best. Desperado movie too. Oh yeah. We're jumping around here. I believe this is on HBO Max right now. But I do enjoy this movie. It's like one of those movies, like, for the most part, I mean, I remember what happens. I can put it on and just kind of like do something else on my phone. He's too busy thinking about them feet. God. I obviously don't like Quentin Tarantino's character. He's obviously very, very disturbed. But Selma Hayek, guys, during an era where being teeny tiny was the trend, the thing. I don't have homeless feet. All right, Bailey. I know there's that sexy Hispanic spicy woman trope, but Selma Hayek coming out there wearing what she wore with that snake, like, that's natural. That's her. Like, the Kardashians fucking wish. I don't know, I just find it funny, but also like fucked up, because like when I grew up, it was all about being skinny mini, and now it's like being wapow and thick, which cool, that's fine, but it's hard to get out of your head that you're supposed to be a certain way. But from Dusk Till Dawn, instead of Quentin, everyone acted very well. It was funny. It was campy. It's not something that I would watch all the time, but I will put it in category B. Oh, I did do Halloween 2. Halloween 2! The Rob Zombie Halloween 2. I'm fat. I can't do anything. That's how I felt my whole life. That's how I felt my whole life, but like looking back at pictures of me when I thought I was fat, I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. I will give props to the fact that there were a lot of, I won't say a lot, but the first thing that I binged when I first got COVID was Sons of Anarchy. I binged that entire fucking season. Not a lot, I hate saying a lot. There were some actors from Sons of Anarchy that were in Halloween 2. We had Bobby, we had Unser. I think that was it. So I don't know why I said a lot. But I don't... Selma Hayek! Yeah. Queen. Queen! The 70s Grindhouse cast. Oh my god, those Grindhouse movies are fucking amazing. But the second Halloween, I'm gonna put it in the D category just because I didn't understand the whole aspect of the white horse and with the mom. Fucking what's her name was going through this spiral. I'm Michael Myers' sister. I don't know. I don't want to talk too much about that one because to me it wasn't that great. I'm gonna move to the original Paranormal Activity movie. Funny. It's not really a funny story about this, but when this came out, I was dating a guy who was very spiritual in a way that it wasn't like religious. He was he believed in the like the supernatural, or just the fact that and in a way I still kind of agree. You like the found footage movies? Paranormal Activity to me is the best. The first one. It is the best because the minimalism of what they did. And this was the movie. Guys, Lauren Armstrong. Could you imagine Lauren Armstrong, A, in a relationship, and B, in a relationship with a woman who has a demon who follows her and has followed her since she was a kid? Can you imagine? Because Mika was an asshole. He was the villain of the fucking movie, the first movie. Could not stand him. Fucking hated him. Lauren would have been fucking worse. And we all know why. Because of his fucking jealousy. Yeah, it was the Rob Zombie's second one. It was okay. I just didn't like that at the end of the first one, we all knew that police were out there, and then she shot Michael Myers. There was that scream, and then all of a sudden in the second one, she's just walking by herself with blood all over her. it just didn't match for me. Anyway, hi Dubsy. He was messed up at the time. He was like fucking Mika. He was the Lorne of the fucking horror, like whole horror fucking franchise. Lorne would have been so much worse. And the reason I loved, you know what's great? I'm gonna say, I'm pretty sure I've said this in other streams, but it is so worth it having YouTube Prime or whatever the fuck it's called. There are a lot of movies, like movies that are free to watch on YouTube. Paranormal Activity is one of them. I do think it's on either Prime or Netflix now, but holy fuck, you got tons of I have a lot of fucking stamina. Apparently, I did not expect to be up here streaming that long, but I'm very passionate. I'm so passionate. There's so many more movies that I haven't even put on this list that I love. I enjoy Paranormal Activity, the original, for its simplicity. Public domain. I think what also got me was because I was saying a little earlier, my boyfriend at the time he was like a spiritualist. He mentioned some stories about him dealing with some paranormal things. We watched this on the floor in between he was the first guy I ever lived with. We were sitting between our table and our kitchen watching this movie that was supposed to be like found footage. You'd be crying most of the time. And we got to see the first ending. Apparently Steven Spielberg talked them out of doing the original ending, which to me was a lot more terrifying than what was initially released. But again, it's thing like you're not supposed to do. I believe that Lorne jerks off to ghost movies. I do enjoy how simple it was. Squeaks wasn't convoluted bullshit. It's like, oh shit, we have a ghost movie. Yes, that's why I think it. Rewatching it while I was sick, like I still, like my heart still like beats a little faster, and the actress who each time that the demon like pulled her body, I bet she got some fucking bruises because she was dead asleep. It didn't look like it looked like found footage, except for Mika. He kind of gave it away for it being like, I don't know. He was a piece of work. And that's what you aren't supposed to do. He did the absolute opposite of what that spiritual person said. Like, don't antagonize it. Don't make it mad. And Mika was just like, hey, you fuck. Like, could you imagine? Like, I'm thinking of Lorne trying to call this fucking demon out. But like at the same time, like blaming his significant other, like, oh, you think he's beautiful, but I'm only good look. Or I'm a little Lorne. I was Lorned out, so I took a bit of a break. But he's beautiful, but I'm only good looking or handsome. You gotta pick. You gotta pick. It's either me or the demon. The demon follows her wherever she goes, dude. You stupid fuck. I am a ghost hunter. Oh, fuck yeah. Here we go. Oh, I love it. This was the #1 movie that made me think of Lorne the entire time, because Mika is very much a Lorne. But I still really appreciate this movie. I still find it very effective. I'm putting it in A. I'm putting it in A. Okay, let's go to an older flick. My Faceless Monster. I don't know how many people actually know about this movie. I learned about it from the show that I mentioned twice already that got me into horror movies, 100 Most Scary Movie Moments. This is The Faceless Monster. It's an Italian gothic film that it is in black and white. Scarlet. Paranormal Activity is what finally knocked Saw off its throne in terms of box office costs. They were super cheap. Sorry to go back to Paranormal Activity, but there was no way those two individuals in their 20s, one was, I believe, like a composer or something, and she was a student that made hodgepodge, like, beating stuff. There's no way they could have afford that fucking house. I believe that was the director's house. There's no fucking way. I mean, that was like the most like unrealistic part, was that these fucking... How did you see the demon naked, Dubsy? How did you see him naked? But The Faceless Monster, this is very gothic, very S&M. A lot of the part of the, at the time, like, I don't want to call it like torture porn, not like they would talk about with like Saw, but a lot of doming and subbing. I don't know, maybe Jorn knows about this movie. But also, this film, because I love Guillermo del Toro, I probably said it like 20 times. This film, The Faceless Monster, it kind of resembles some of the plot of The Crimson Peak. This rich man is married and he catches his wife having an affair with the groundskeeper. He puts them in a dungeon and like whips, like it's very like S and M. Let's see. Scarlet, I didn't throw them cans across the room. The goddamn demon did it. So don't turn that shit around on me. Squeaks. Today on HGTV, we have this couple. One is an amateur stamp collector, and her husband, a professional envelope licker. Their budget is $3 million. Excuse me. But this husband tortures, whips, and chains, and I believe like puts their bodies, like burns their bodies in pieces. And this asshole marries his former wife's daughter, who is she's got some mental issues. She's a little off, but she starts to see certain things in the house. Very Crimson Peak. That's the only thing I can think of. If you haven't seen this movie, I definitely do recommend it. I hate to show this image, but it's the image that I have on my DVD. It gives away the... It's not like... There's things that are about the movie that are more scary, but the face that she has was like the reveal of, oh my god, this is the monster. Where, in my opinion, the husband was more of a monster than the wife. He was mistreating her. He's a piece of shit. He marries her fucking sister just for the inheritance. But we do get a little revenge here. I definitely, please watch this, The Faceless Monster. Oop. Okay, I'm gonna put this in A because it is an older film. It's dubbed. Sometimes things don't sync up. There are some like boring parts, so that's why I'm gonna put it in the A category. Alright, we're going back to Rob Zombie. The Devil's Rejects. I did not add House of a Thousand Corpses for 2 reasons. Excuse me. Oh, thank you. I love The Devil's Rejects. I actually watched it before House of a Thousand Corpses. When I was in New York in college, my fucking dorm was right outside the fucking elevators, and we always got in trouble. But our neighbors were 2 of our friends that my roommate and I were in a group with, and they had a copy of this movie, and I didn't know anything about it. I just really liked the poster, which is this one right here. You ain't going to be... Oh, I know what you're trying to say. Rhode Island Reds. Bossy called me a chicken fucker. House of a Thousand Corpses. Yeah. The style, it looks cool. It's... They add like a vintage part to it. The family members were very cartoony to me. I appreciate it in some way, but for me, The Devil's Rejects, I still stand by this as being, for me, like, it's Rob Zombie's best. I absolutely love the storyline of who is the monster and who is the man. We get to see this family who is completely fucked up. They do horrible things. They are horrible people. And then you get to see the dark side of the law, of the... I don't know if he's the Tutti fucking Fruity. I did a Lauren parody of the chicken fucker scene. Oh my god! I gotta check that out. I feel like I've seen it, but hell yeah, Scarlett. Just the chicken fucker scene is... It's iconic. I love that I actually became empathetic to these characters. And we got to see actual family connection. Like what Scarlett said, the Tutti fucking Fruity. There is no fucking ice cream in your fucking future. Cut to them fucking eating ice cream. And you see some like cute, that was a cute moment. She like puts the ice cream in his face and it's all up in his beard. I like that. I like to see that type of shit and how that fucking sheriff really goes rogue and fucks with these guys. And poor Tiny. So I do still hold this movie up very high. I'm gonna put this in the S tier. Alright. The remake. We got another remake. Where art thou? Remake. I know you're there. I see you on the list. God, this tier list is a lot harder than I thought. There you are. Okay, so the remake of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This was another movie that I was dragged to see in theaters when I was a young warthog. Rob Zombie, his wife at the time, she's not bad. She's pretty good. Excuse me. Oh my God, that's gross. I remember watching this in theaters. We had to sit pretty close to the screen because we were like one of the last people to enter the theater. This is before assigned seating. And Sherry Moon. Yep, that was her name. That's such a fucking badass name. Sherry Moon. You can't get more badass than that name. Anyway, while I was watching this movie, I was so terrified and so disturbed and perturbed. I remember looking behind me to watch the reaction of the other movie patrons, and they were like horrified. I just remember this movie being like pretty fucking brutal. And I am the devil. I'm here to do the devil's work. Fuck. I mean, that scene. I'm bouncing back and forth. The Devil's Rejects. Perfection. I love that actor. It's gritty. It's different. I'm glad that they steered away from the House of a Thousand Corpses type of like theme. It was about family and who really was fucked up. They were all fucked up. You're all gonna die. You're all gonna die. I will say the difference between, I didn't add the original Texas Chainsaw just because I will say I have seen it, not a whole lot, but there's so many iconic moments, but I do find the original somewhat a little boring. But the difference between the original and the remake, and that's with Leatherface. The only difference that they kind of showed was like with the original Leatherface, he was a victim of circumstances. His family was like really the ones that were fucked up, and he just kind of grew up in it, and he just kind of like does what his family tells him to do because it's family. And then with this one, the remake, it was a little different. The Leatherface was more in control. The family was kind of just like going with it because this is what made Leatherface happy. He's from a chainsaw in the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. My butt. Yeah. And I just, the fucking chainsaw. The first horror, the first like spooky house that I ever went to, it was at the fucking Fallbrook Mall. All my friends were going. I was terrified to a point where I didn't want to go in, but then the people that like were working outside, they encouraged me to go in, but then told all the actors to like not pursue me, because I remember looking back, and like this was back in like the fucking 90s, so they can do whatever the fuck they want. They can touch you, they can grab you, they can corner you. Nothing's gonna fucking happen. But this one person just like guided me in and said to the actors, she's scared. And for the most part, none of them like fucked with me. But I remember being so scared. Like the last part was a guy chasing you with a chainsaw. And I remember the guy being like, because I was about to like be at the end, he's like, I'm not gonna chase you. But like a fucking chainsaw is fucking terrifying. It's a terrifying fucking sound. The houses that October built, that name sounds familiar, SJ, but I do not believe I have seen them. But with this simulated fact, my husband, used to be a haunted house actor. I hope he had a good time with that. When I switched it up and I became a fan of horror, I loved going to amusement parks. I mean, in California, there was Knott's Scary Farm. There was the Universal Halloween Horror Nights. I regret never going there because I just remember it was the most expensive one to go to, and Knott's Scary Farm, it was a longer drive, but the tickets were less expensive, and it was fun too. But God, I loved going to those. I have yet to do anything out here. I thought the clothesline scene was pretty cool from the film, making Sam, but also sucks to be that guy. There was a lot of like unfortunate and very like torturous scenes in this adaptation. I'm gonna put it in B. I can watch it, but I don't really get like really that invested in it. But ooh, I got like 4 more. Here's another oldie but a goodie. House on Haunted Hill. This is very, very old. It's really not necessarily like scary. They're like, for me, I would say, I mean, now it's not scary to me, but because I've watched it so many times, there's one moment where the scared young woman who gets scared and forgets to know things, she's like knocking on these like walls to hear like an echo, and she like turns around and there's this like old decrepit woman with her like hands next to her fucking face in like a claw position, and she gets like, either she's wearing like rollerblades or she's on a fucking skateboard and they're like pulling her. That was scary. That was scary. Is this the one with the fucking skeleton and the acid bath at the end? Yes. Yes. What was the guy's name? William Castle. He was really big on making the theater experience super kitschy and tried to scare you like while you were at the theater. But this movie, like, it's mostly very campy and funny. There are, some spooky stuff in it, but if you ever want to like have a laugh and watch something spooky, watch Riff Tracks Live. They are the Mystery Science Theater 3000 guys, the ones that ended the series. They do a live performance of riffing this movie, and it is absolutely so entertaining. I watched it at a movie theater because they do these like they do these like live riffs, and unfortunately they have never been to California, so I got to watch a recording of it. Yeah, the remake wasn't too bad. Excuse me. It didn't click with me because I like the original so much. I do love Vincent Price. I'm gonna put this an A. It's a good one. Okay, It Follows. It Follows. The first time I watched this movie, I remember really liking it, being kind of freaked out, and the fact that no one actually invented a Shell Kindle reader device is crazy, because everybody wanted that fucking Shell Kindle. The second time I watched it, I wasn't a fan of it. I wasn't a fan of it the second time around. There are some good things about it. Please go see it. He would be so dead. Yeah, Lorne would be so dead in It Follows. He wouldn't even fucking get it. But the thing that gets me is I can't tell where they are in time. It's hard to tell where they are. Is it the 70s? Is it the 80s? Is it the 90s? I can't fucking tell. I didn't like it the second time around, so I'm gonna put it at C. Oh, that's funny. The last two that I'm ending with are Guillermo del Toro films. Mama, guys. Mama got me because there were so many jump scares. It was stunningly beautiful. Lauren would get tricked by it being a naked lady. Halloween Horror Nights is awesome in Orlando. Oh my god, I would love to see that in Orlando. I'm really mad at myself that I never splurged to go to the Hollywood Universal Halloween Horror Nights. I regret. But Mama, very beautifully styled. Children are terrifying, and Mama was fucking terrifying. I think this movie, it got me more with jump scares. The jump scares got me the most. I'm not like, I'm gonna put this in B. I do like the story. A woman who wasn't ready for kids got two dumped on her. It happens. Alright, we're gonna end on a high note. Pan's Labyrinth. I don't necessarily put this in the horror category, but some people do. Spoopy, you spooked me. Mama, you spooked me. Pan's Labyrinth is, in my opinion, a fucking masterpiece. The score is absolutely beautiful. I am absolutely obsessed with Doug Jones. Some know this. I know we're at the end. We are at the end, and we're ending on a high note. This is the most beautiful movie I've ever seen in my life. And the fact that it is so dark too. Like, we get to see these crazy mythical creatures, but none of them compare to that fucking, what is he, a fucking general? I don't fucking know, but the main girl's stepfather, who is absolutely epitome of fucking evil. Yes, Doug Jones, he was the eyes. Oh god, it's so beautiful. So fucking gorgeous. I mean, he learned Spanish to play the fucking font. I'm the biggest Doug Jones fan. He's in everything. Like, honestly, Google Doug Jones. He is in probably like 20 things you've ever watched in your life. But I love that it's the fantasy mixed with darkness, and sometimes things don't happen the way you think. This is a coming of age story. I have a fucking labyrinth tattoo on my back. It symbolizes the struggle of the mental condition where you for me, you constantly try to leave, but the most adult thing, I think, in my experience, was to realize that whatever things I go through or have gone through, like, mentally, are never gonna go away. It's just rethinking them and trying to find balance. And I don't know, something about this movie really, I don't know, it resonates with me a lot. And it's pretty fucking obvious that it is going to be at my S tier. So looking back, do I want to change anything? Do I want to change anything? So far, everything looks... I think it looks correct for me, in my opinion. I really did enjoy doing this. I know this is different from Lorne, TCAP, and Joran stuff, but movies, especially horror movies, are a huge passion of mine. I do plan on doing other things with movies and TV as well, just because like I was saying earlier, I get burned out with, like, Lorne stuff, and that movie spooked me. Oh, you're so sweet, SJ Maple. Yeah, I want to keep doing this. I'm so glad that I feel better, and I am going to go back to painting while I stream. Not sure yet, but I do appreciate you guys who are still sub to me and that came in today. I know this was something different. I am very happy that you're speaking my language. It's so great to find other things that are in common with this community, and movies could talk for days. I'll always be here for the horror stuff, and I love that about you. But thank you, everyone who came to this live stream. I know it was very spontaneous, it was very different. I haven't been very consistent with things, but that's kind of me. That's kind of how I run my life. I wish I was more consistent, but it is what it is. But I hope everyone has a fabulous night. I will be back again soon, painting. I've got a few paintings I have to send to people. Apologies for the delay, but I still got a lot of paintings to do. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Bye, my sweet.